This is why you need illumination. You need better lighting that direction. Problem is there's stuff in that direction. You can't really put a light there. Although, I just had me one of them there ideas. Ooh, wait. That'd be another idea here. What we might end up doing for a minute. Well, I forgot to go put my drink in the fridge. Did it do a BRB message on this screen? It does not know. Oh, actually, stand by. We're ending stream. I have to make a change. I'll be right back. My hands hurt. My hands hurt. But we're back. Okay. I'm going to go put... But that sounds great. That's probably better. So, I'm gonna go put my drink in the fridge and I'll be right back. So what we're gonna do, see is... that. No. I forgot two things. What? You can't see the webcam because of my little filter thing, and even then, you wouldn't be able to see it in the webcam because webcam. But this is a 10-foot by 10-foot blanket, and it is amazing. We are going to... There's a hair. Notifications. Everyone, come join the chill boringness. I want a better thumbnail. That's just the load screen. I want a better thumbnail for Delta V. I kind of want... Ooh. Wonder if the devs would make me the sky background without the menu, with just the Delta V symbol. Their little chevron thing there. I wonder if they would do that. Oh, I want to start the game. Start the game. And then we will switch le scene. Actually, I think I want to show you guys something here in a little bit too. Ta-da! There we are. And today, I'm not really going to be doing anything specific, anything pointed. I'm just going to be playing the game for a little bit. But I just wanted to stream and see you guys. See anybody that pops by, say hello. See how you doing. What do I want to do right now? I kind of want to start outfitting Faithless Rival. What do I have on Faithless Rival? Very quick. Let's look at repairs. Oh! He's a broken boy. He's a very broken boy. Okay. So we got 2.8 mil. What do I want him to be? Maybe an attack ship? Problem is, the front hard points are low stress. The rear hard points are the high stress guys, which you can put... Oh. What? Less? What? Huh? Maybe high stress is always called high stress? You can put more on the low stress ones than the other one. Interesting. So, I kind of want there to be Tetsuo. And a gun gear on the front. Kind of what I want. I then want the rears to be point defense microwave. Both of them. And if I have the gun gear, I'm gonna want through it. We're gonna get lots of mass driver ammo. Ooh. Maintenance drones would be handy on a battlecraft. Problem is, dual microwaves in the back is really, really good. Maybe get rid of the gun gear, just use the Tetsuo. Problem is, the gun gear does a good job of shutting things down. Other problem is that the gun gear takes a long time to charge. I think, yeah, one of the rears is going to be maintenance drone. I'm going to off balance it a little bit. That's fine. Big boy nano drones. Propellant tank. Big boy propellant tank. And I don't know that I'll be able to fully outfit this guy right now. Okay, we're going to want to go in here. Does it reflect damage? I think it does. Means I'm going to need to change. We're gonna wanna that. I can see if someone comes online. Okay, so guess what I want to do. Wait, I can't put the Z pinches on here. For some reason. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna have to fix stuff before I. Oh, that's the reaction. Stupid. There we go. Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to outfit. I do want. Can't do that. That guy in there. That guy in there. I don't have the money for that. Cargo bay. Don't really need anything for the cargo bay other than maybe baffles for collecting things and them not flying out. Autopilot. I don't remember which one I like. That's fine either way. See, I like the Prospector HUD. It's simple. It's down here at the bottom, and that's all there is. But I much prefer 225. The problem with the 225 I should probably stick with the HAL, because it is a hardware HUD, not a software. I can get microwave to not have a huge issue. don't think I really need fancy detection. I don't think this works for... It only works for drones, right? Okay, well I need to make more money, and I need insurance. So services, we start building our insurance back up. So with that, switch back into, let's go tough steed. Go in the Titan. We'll make a few GA runs. And we'll see if anything needs to be updated while we're here. How does that sound? Don't plan on doing any salvage. $16 hours. I need to go there. Like, right now. I'm gonna go to a bunch of these. Whoosh. Keep doing that. What do they need? A lady. There's stuff around here. So why don't we do that real quick? Keep doing that. Yeah. Today is going to be kind of a bow ring. It's going to be this, really. Well, no, we don't want. Also, or do we? Because we have the whatchamacallit. We have the Voyager installed on this. I love having multiple hull drone docks. So good. And when you don't have the excavator open, ow. You don't have the excavator open, it'll just put them in front of you and then go hunting for everything else, which I think is today is going to be a little bit of boring as we do some mining and scooting around, selling and making some money. Today is just going to be a making some money day. I wish you could prioritize materials with the drone. That would be very nice. And it's good when the Ubuntos need something that is local, because they don't have a method of collecting it themselves. They need you to just go out and collect it for them. You imagine using the Titan to try to gobble up a bunch of rocks all the time. Oh. So time consuming. I mean, this is time consuming by itself. I'm moving. I'm moving. I should quit moving. Also, other stuff moving. I don't want other stuff to moving. Quit moving. You're in space, damn it. Nothing moves in space. Sweet. I should go check that out. In a minute. I want to sell some stuff to Bunto 6. Doodle-doo-doo-doo. Doodle-doo-doo. Turn some music on for me. Problem is I had to turn the mic up so I could stream correctly. Which means it would pick up everything, and being on the YouTubes, I don't have multiple audio streams. Part of the reason I kind of want to do Twitch for anything I'm going to be sitting at my desktop for. Because Twitch has, honestly, slightly better policies. Where's that radar now? Not that far away, actually. We can start heading towards it. Gobble up chunks. Because that'll keep us from having to make big, long jumps to the ring. Wasting a bunch of time. Palladium. Give me some of that palladium. Flying with the cargo bays open, 'cause it's a fun thing to do. Apparently. The Titan doesn't like to sit still. The Titan likes to wander back and forth. Hey, look, some of those chunks. We're on our way. Take a field of rocks with me. That'll be fun. That'll be a little bit fun, won't it? You know, probably. Bunch of palladium around here. A third of the way there. Tungsten. I like tungsten. Need tungsten. Up all the flying chunks. I only have 2 drone bays. Two hull drones. Hey, the Palladium following me. I need to do some processing because that hole's getting kind of just sitting there holding holding the weapon. Ranger. Oh yeah, that laser's power hungry, isn't he? Well, it lasted a while. Lasted quite a while, actually. Yeah, get that tungsten. I like tungsten. Tungsten's good. Ah. What is that? Storm trailer. As soon as I get this tungsten, I'm going to try to fly over there and see what they're picking up. I don't have any arms in this thing though, so it's like can't really do salvage ops. What the Ubuntu's for? Ubuntu's my tow beast, my beast of burden. Okay, well, let's go do that real quick. Wow. Bunch of stuff spawned. physics. The physics. The physics. Oh, beryllium. Lovely. 4 FPS. Yes, 4 FPS. Absolutely 4 FPS. Out here. There's beryllium in these hard hills. Hello? Drones? That is a life pod. You can pick it up. Wow. 3 FPS. Lovely. You do some processing in the cargo. Can I talk to them again? See, and this is the thing, right? Every time you have one of these search and rescue ships on the screen, the frame rate just died. Because they're constantly... I wonder. What happens if I turn rocket plumes all the way off? Nothing. No change. Yeah. Oh, it's a ship. Boosh. Hello? Oh, that was a derelict spawn. Yeah. Go get it. Tell me it's good. Tell me it's good. I could use the cash influx. Sweet. Okay, so now we want to head back to Ubuntu 6, I guess. Whoa. Stop that. Oh man, this freaking frame thing. 2 FPS. The search and rescue ship. Lovely. Since rocket plumes did nothing, I can turn them back on. I should make a little video about the scanner too. And if my freaking cargo would process some crap. Some of this frame rate problem would be alleviated. But is there another one? Oh, that's him. Hey, get it multiple times. I like that. Sometimes you can get the search and rescue guys that give you multiple whatchamacallums dialogue for insurance. Sometimes you can't. What? So I'm not gonna get it. That means I gotta head back down there because he flew it into a frickin' rock. Thanks, Lachlan. Search and rescue, if you would despawn, that would be like very, very good for me. Got a bunch of drones. Dang it. We're gonna go get the drones first. They're closer. We're gonna crash into this rock first. There's reasons. We'll also see if these drones are activated. Sometimes the drones are activated. I've got me a microwave. I can deactivate them. Now, physics simulation, if you would quit for like just a minute. Actually do what you're supposed to do. Yeah. Uh-huh. Bonk him a little bit. Okay. The alarm is constantly going off. Alarm, if you could stop constantly going off, thank you. Oh. I think search and rescue is finally out of physical render distance. Oh, no. He's back. What the hell are you doing? What the f— Oh my god. What are you doing? Why are you just spinning for no reason? Jesus. That's that physics simulation locking up thing is what it is. Turn. Or not. Stay. 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 Go. Jeez. I don't know why the heck the drones are not. The drones don't do the what you call it? I'm getting danger music. Yeah, do that. Thank you. Wait, did my chip just despawn? I'm gonna have to go chasing it down, aren't I? Hello? Please. Stop it. This whole physics simulation thing running at 3 FPS is really infuriating. It would also be very helpful if cargo, you could process the freaking things. Ugh. Maybe tonight wasn't a good night to start streaming. Irritated for some reason. This is gonna be fun. Is that my ship? No. 126. Of course, everything you pick up in the cargo hold also is calculated physics. These drones don't get processed. Means they're just physics objects, constantly being calculated. So, what I want to do now, I want to turn. Thrust. I would like the cargo to do its thing. Thank you. The first time in 20 minutes. Jerk nuts. Do it again. That would be lovely. What the heck are you doing, guy? Still, you're following. Maybe that's what I need. Come on. Turn a little faster, Titan. I would appreciate it. Oh. Here. Here. I don't think I'm going to find my ship. Give me stuff. Hey. The hell? What the heck is... Oh, space lightning. Should I like... Oh. Not actually. I'm going to get away from Ubuntu for a minute. Because... they're... I don't know. Something. Really? You did not just... Okay. Of course, my frickin' computer's overheating. Because space lightning. I don't know why the heck they're space lightning. Had that happen on an asteroid once too. Or a moonlet, I guess. Flew into the moonlet and then just was... the entire inside was just space light. It wasn't a uranium cave, nothing. I don't know what the heck was wrong with it. Oh, I never put a link in the Delta V Discord. Those would be the people interested. Huh? What? That's weird. The heck is that? Are you still Space Lightning? Yep. Still Space Lightning. Very much still Space Lightning. Why is it doing that? Is that just like a random event that happens? Hell. Well, I guess we're not going there. All it's gonna do is continue to frickin' zap me with Space Light. For whatever stupid reason. So we're getting the heck out of here. Let's go down the list of these guys that need to be visited. Come back at the end, I guess. What? I'm the Space Lightning now? What the f... Really? Are you done? Can I, like, go do a thing, please? No, apparently I can't. Or Space Lightning? What the hell? Go! And quit that. Jesus. Oh my God. Thank you. Holy crap, Spackle Batman. Why are you giving me danger music? Oh, and then Life Pod jams up. I wish there was something you could do about that. Like your crew would haul it into some other compartment on the ship. All the things that are not processable. Also, I need to go the thing out the fridge. I'll be right back again. Oh. Boat about. Biddly boat. Biddly boat. 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 Yoop. Doop. Maybe I should. Ammonium jet. Okay. Well, let's go rediscover this moonlit. Moonlit. It's moonlit. It's okay. Then I'll go do the other thing, and then I'll head back to Ubuntu 6 and see if they still want palladium. I need music. I really need to get set up on Twitch. I can run a separate audio track and just listen to music. I wonder. OBS can do audio ducking. Wonder if I can have the microphone ignore all the output from the speakers as it picks it up. Is that how ducking works? I know what ducking's supposed to do. I don't know if that's how it actually works. Oh yeah, look. Okay, updated coordinates. Let's head back to Ubuntu. Need to not hit the rock. Thank you. And like hit the thingy out of our vision cone. Process. Just process the trip. Big nibbit. Big nibbit. Chicken darns. Okay, now, Ubuntu 6. Are you still infected with space lightning? Spacephilus. Space honorea. Can't just add space to everything. Watch me. What's in rock? It doesn't matter because I can't process anything. Yeah, I really very much greatly dislike the broken computer visual effects. All the flashing bits and the pixelation on the screen. Like, it's my ship that got zapped, not the reconnaissance drone. Why is the whole viewport being... They're still infected with space lightning. Oh my Jesus. I don't know what that is, but I really, 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 really do not like it. I greatly, muchly dislike it. Now I'm infected with space lightning. Lovely. Space gonorrhea. How do you get rid of that? How do you... I brought the Titan out because mining with the Titan is actually faster than the OCP. The OCP is great as salvage and moderate mining, but the Titan is, when you have multiple haul drones and containers, you can get big whopping hauls. Of course, every time I come out, I always get derelict spawns, so it makes more sense to bring the almighty OCP. But sometimes I bring the Titan, because the Titan needs love too. How do you spell gonorrhea? Because that stuff is infuriating. And Ubuntu 6 is currently infected with space gonorrhea. Wait, didn't I have... Crap. I had 5. Where did 5 go? Or docking bays on an OCP. Doesn't that kind of like kill the balancing a little bit? Just a tiny much? But an OCP with docking bay would be kind of OP. Hey, 104. What do you guys want? Tell me you want some palladium. I don't even have an even. Also, where did a freaking Ubuntu 5 go? Honestly, I had 5 and 7. I just found 6 recently. Yeah, I think I've seen you mention it before. Because the reason the Ubuntu doesn't have docking bays is to give you a reason to fly the Titan. Well, I'm just heading back to Enceladus right now because frame rate from all the crap in my cargo, because the life pod is blocking up the Voyager. And I rediscovered all the stuff I needed to rediscover. Well, I guess let's go to the space bar. Get it back up to 3 months. See, I've never used the beacon. It's an achievement though, and I do have K44. Maybe I should just go grab the beacon real quick and run out with it just to grab the achievement. Just to achievement hunt. Which is not something I normally do. I normally don't give 2 flying flips. Ooh. I don't know, I think I need to make my crew happy. Anyway, so let's go. Where's the whole space bar? It's over there, isn't it? It's not on this side. Let's go this way. Coordinates updated. Space bar. I think it's that little hole right there. Get me around the side. Scene. Watch is gonna be on the bottom. Am I getting, is that penetration? I do believe that's a hole right there. even with my 9 frames a second. Watch this precision maneuvering. So I've had it before on a moonlet with a cave, not a uranium cave. It was just a empty moonlet with a cave, where it has the visual effect of the microwave when you hit something with the microwave and you get that purple staticky effect that goes around the outside of it. But then you start seeing, so you know the effect when you hit something with the gun gear, where it has the lightning that shoots between pieces? It's that effect. And I don't know what causes it, and I don't know if there's a cure for it or anything. But it was only at Ubuntu 4. 6 didn't have a problem. And when I went back to Ubuntu 4, it was still there. It didn't despawn between me flying, gating out and back in again, which I thought was weird. I used to come here with the gang. These were happy days. I wonder what happened to them. You could not spin me around and smash into the bar. That would be lovely, Mr. Manipulator Arm. But we got our drinks. We're just gonna go. Yep. I get you. I get you. Oh. Oh. I have a feeling the frame rate thing is, I mean, I get it, yeah, old processor, but like, there's got to be some way to truncate some of the physics calculations preemptively, because what's causing it is all this crap in my hold, most especially the drones. I've noticed I get really big frame drops with the search and rescue ship spawns, the ones that have all the thousands of thrusters going every which way, because they don't AI flying this. Oh, also, before you got here, I went and I got a derelict, and my spare astrogator, Lachlan, still up here? Yeah, astrogator. So Lachlan went out into this K-37, booted it up, and he was like, "Hey, we're taking this home with us. All right." I was like, "All right." And then, before it despawned off the edge of the screen, it said, "Catastrophic failure." And I have no idea what happened to it. So what we're gonna do is, we're going home, and we're gonna see if it's in the thing. No idea. Called like honorable or something helium. Yeah, so the drone tampering evidence. We gotta figure out the lore with this, because it's gotta be related to GA, and the Doritos have to be GA. I actually just posted the Dorito encounter. I put the link in the video feedback. I posted that Dorito encounter, and I didn't double check to make sure if, I mean, I saw it with my brain eyeball things, so I imagine it's in there. The bit where the Dorito is microwaving one of the drones, and then it turns around and the drone follows it. Why are you guys unhappy? Also, fleet, it's there. So, what the heck does catastrophic failure mean? I mean, I know what catastrophic failure means. Yeah, the engines. So maybe it failed, and then the search and rescue ship picked it up and brought it back? Hold on. You know what's really cool about YouTube live streams in particular is that the VOD is live. You can scroll back in the VOD. So I wonder... let's see if I can find it real quick. I'm not going to spend too long looking for it. I can always go back in the VOD later. But I'm going to see if I can't find the bit where I grabbed the ship, which is about right there, actually. Stuff. Yeah, low frame rate. Yeah, low frame rate. Yeah. More low frame rate. Yeah. Okay, so it was while I was... Oh, it was just before I got to the drones. That's right. So, like... What's right here? That's the search and rescue ship. That's me heading towards... helium redundancy. Okay. The downside YouTube is nothing because I can speed it up right here. Two times playback speed, which isn't much, but okay, so let me move you over here. So, yep, helium redundancy. That's my guy. So, it said catastrophic failure, but it's in my fleet. Bam. And there's not a money thing attached to it, so I don't think the search and rescue ship picked it up. Catastrophic craft failure. Helium redundancy. Oh, so if he blows it up after he zooms off, it doesn't count, technically. That's nice. Kind of like when you blow your ship up, it just takes you to the load screen prior to the last dive. Super great QOL from this game. I love just these little things like, oh, you blew up your ship. What if it's my only ship? You know, other devs would be like, sucks to be you. But these guys are like, nah, you blow it up. Never happened. It's on stream, delete it in the VOD. It's fine. And literally, I just pick up K-37 derelicts just to strip them and sell them, right? Because it's like, that's how you make some quick money. But this guy is, I mean, I imagine, so it flew away, right? Which tells me that this and this were not the case when he picked it up. Can the things wear further after you get the acquired message? I think so? Where's he at? This guy, right? Bald Eagle, which is the Eagle Prospector stripped of all the stuff. And it looks like the cargo's been chopped in half. Doesn't it? I also like how, as you select things, they move to the top of the list, and it's in the order of the last time you used it. I love that. Something I do wish the menus would do is, so you know how Android, I think Apple does it now too, but Androids and smartphones and devices, Windows even does it now on some things. When you scroll beyond the end of the list, it bumps up a little bit just to show you that it's not like a problem and you can actually see that there's nothing else there. I don't know why people started doing it, but I kind of like that, as much as I don't like most new technologies because I'm an old fuddy-duddy. Yeah, very, very heavily customized, because this thing is nuts. Oh, here we go. Dry mass, 29.5. It's heavier? It's heavier. What? It's 2 tons heavier. But yeah, the cargo bay is 125 meters cubed, 40 meters cubed. Like, they just like, wait, what? Processed cargo storage is the same though. Well, yeah, it's definitely got a heck of a lot better. Like, those almost look like main thrusters that they've attached to the side, and then they just kind of bolted the RCS inside the cone. Oh, I see what you mean. Probably. Yeah, but like, so I guess then the question is, how much then does the cargo bay minus 25, 65, 85 meters cubed, all that steel, plus the grinding wheels, because this has the chompy excavator. I don't know how much that weighs. So it's apparently the cargo space weighs, the steel for the cargo area weighs far less than the engines, because the weight goes up. So, go take this guy and see what we can strip off of him. But wow, that thing is broken. That thing is completely broken. Hey, that's good. That's completely broken. I'm glad things like the nano drone and ammo storage tanks don't get damaged. Wow. It's broken, but wow. It's like, what's really funny is, so you go, you get a derelict, it's fair game, the people have parked it on the side of the road and said, we're not coming back for it or whatever, and you can have it, take it, whatever, right? So you pick it up, and you take it back home, and you strip all the parts that you can make money off of it, and now you're selling this ship that is just like completely screwed. So do the dealers do used car dealership stuff and fix up a few things to the point where it's flyable or nearly flyable so that they can sell it and make money on it? Or like, yeah, this thing was like broken. But I mean, with the cargo hold though, you've got to have, so you have inner panels and you have outer panels, and then you've got a structure in between them. To be able to handle tons of cargo flopping around while you're in space making maneuvers, it's got to be fairly strong and structured and reinforced, right? Like, that's steel. That's a lot of steel. Probably. So like, you know, I don't know. So I do need to fix the Titan. Oh, it's just those guys. Boop, 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 boop. And he's a little bit damaged. And that guy. And I always replace the computer. I never repair it. It's $4,000 and you get a brand new computer. Like, I'm paying the $4,000. Yeah, I've done that with the Ubuntu a bunch. Spinning around and like, you know, a homing asteroid comes out and just smacks the crap out of you. And then you can see like it's scaffolding and all the panels are gone until the nano drones go out there and fix it. Which, don't ask me how nano drones are making whole new paneling for cargo bays. I haven't seen that happen on the K-37 yet. Go take a look at that. Also, I was going to do something to the K-44. I was going to put something on it and test it. What was that going to be? The beacon. I also need to build this guy. Because I found the triplet variant Kothon. I need to get enough money. I've started putting parts on them, but I don't have enough money, so I did Tetsuo gun gear, point defense microwave for the rear, and then maintenance drones because it's going to be like a gunship. Then I got down to RCSs, ran out of money, which I have a little bit of money now, but I need like 6 million to finish outfitting it, and that's why I hopped in the Titan in the first place, was to go get ores and sell it to Ubuntu's. Just scratch the paint a little bit. So, oh, he's ready to sell. Sweet. Didn't really get much for him, did I? 177. I also have a little Kitsune. But it's so bad. This is like the worst ship I think I've ever operated in this game. And I've operated a stock Kothon, which... Did I strip this Kothon already? I want to keep it because it's a variant. What I'd like to do is have just one of everything. Just have all the variants in my fleet, just to say that I have them. But they don't need to be outfitted, honestly. Yeah, I stripped them already. So I've noticed YouTube, so YouTube chat, I don't know how it's supposed to, and right now I've got it up on, let me see if I could do that. Can I scroll up here? Yeah, because it starts with catastrophic failure means the ship, salvage, derelict, and acquired, racers, customized, more engines, talking about the storm coinage, the bald eagle there. Yeah, I don't see anything. I don't see. So I've got the stream pulled up on the other screen. So like, neither one of them, it shows me a message. And then I've got OBS right over there also. This guy. And the chat's identical between them. So so Twitch will, and it's part of the reason why I want to start doing some of this stuff on Twitch. Because Twitch will pop up and ask you. I don't know how it all works. I've never done it. I haven't been there yet. But Twitch will ask you, do you want to, like, auto mod will hit you, and it'll ask the streamer or mods or whoever, do you want to approve this message? And they can approve the message. And it's all behind the scenes. You don't see it in chat as the viewer. But YouTube, I had somebody else in here the other day, Lily the Bun. One of my favorite streamers on Twitch, actually. She's hysterical. But she said something in chat, and it was just the word fuck. And I don't have, so I have Nightbot, and Nightbot has a list of words that are not approved, which are like the really, really bad, like, slur words. Every time I think of a new one, I add one to it. But, like, I don't care about cussing. Damn and shit and fuck and all that. I don't care. I cuss like a sailor normally anyway. So, like, you know, it's, but that's literally all she had in her message, and it blocked it, and it didn't even tell me. There was no pop-up, there was no, like, nothing in OBS. So I don't know, maybe YouTube's chat auto-moderation is just really severe. They have microwave emitters on them? Oh, so what that means then is the Dorito wasn't... No. Okay, hold on. We're pausing the game now, and I gotta go back and look at... I don't know why I did it that way. I could have done it the other way. Okay, we're gonna go look at, real quick... the video I posted, because I want to see now... I don't even need to do it here. What am I doing? I don't even need to do it here. I'm stupid. It was... Because now I'm curious. And with the game running, this is going to be really... mute him. We don't need him running. Okay, so the Dorito followed me, the GA base. But there's a piece just back here away. Running, panic mode. Okay, so like... Okay, here's the beginning of where he comes in, right? And I saw him, and I was sitting here waiting for him, figuring out what he was going to do if I needed to run. Yeah, the war on language is super annoying. Did you know? So I went and I looked up Nightbot's blacklist for words. Words that are just on the list that Nightbot's just like, nope, we're not going to deal with it. You want to know some really funny ones? You can go look it up. It's on their website. But you want to know some of the really funny ones that stick in my head? Ethiopian. Jewish. So a nationality, and so I had this argument once before. I don't know if Jewish and Judaism are my knee-jerk reaction is to call them religions, and then you've got the bloodlines that are race? Is it ethnic group? There you go, ethnic group. That's what we say now. So we had the argument back and forth that it's Judaism or being Jewish, I guess, is an ethnic group. And that breaks my brain. But then the shadow argument with the rings the other day. Sometimes I don't make... I'm not stupid, but sometimes I step to step 47 without stopping at step 3 in the processing, and so I don't see something. It happens all the time. I jump too far. But yeah, Nightbot's blacklist for words is really, really stupid. Like a lot of it makes sense. A lot of it is slangs and slurs, and it's shit you don't want to see when you're just trying to have a good time and watch entertainment, right? You don't want to see you don't want people hopping in and saying all this crap. You're just like, dude, we were here having a good time, go away. Right? I get it. But like literally Ethiopian. A person who is from Ethiopia, Nightbot does not allow. What? And there's a bunch of them. And there's a bunch of, in Nightbot's blacklist, there's a bunch of national origin names, like people that are, I'm this from this. There's 5 or 6 or 7 of them. I'm like, how does this make any sense? And it goes back to the same thing I keep telling people. It's the war on language. I guess people have never heard sticks and stones may break my bones, but words can never hurt me. Anyway, ranting aside, we're looking at the Dorito. Because I want to see... Oh, you have to stop it to move it. There we go. Because I want to see when the Dorito comes up. Yeah, the Dorito is microwaving the drone, not the drone microwaving the Dorito. Because that's a beam up, and it's moving. It was scanning back and forth. Yeah. And this at this point, I was like, what the heck is going on here? So then I antagonize the Dorito, he runs away, and the drone follows him. Why? That's very strange to me. Of course, that's probably part of my frame rate issues, is I have Resolve running in the background, which takes like 20% of GPU anyway. I mean, I feel like that's not a crazy far stretch. I've made some absurd claims and comments in the past that have been like crazy far stretches. But like, I feel like that's somewhere in the middle between not stretching at all and very stretchy. Like it's pretty stretchy. It's grasping at straws. But that's the thing, right? Is if you start limiting anything that could be used from someone's face hole to hurt somebody else's feelings, you cannot speak. People can take offense at literally anything. Hi, I'm Susie. Ugh, oh my god, I can't believe you just ammed at me. Come on. So it came in, the Dorito came in, the drone was a more important target. So it started attacking the drone first, and honestly, it probably would have left me alone if I had not antagonized the Dorito anyway. Because anytime I've ever attacked a Dorito back, it's always been they run off real fast and then they come back in and they hit me. So like, I guess mute live, so I can monitor. And I know my camera's slow. It's because I've got the exposure turned way up because I don't have good lighting in here. I mean, this is America, the most litigious society that has ever existed on the face of this planet, as far as we know. So, yeah, I guess. Okay, so we did that. I was going to take the K-44 and take off one of the cargoes. I also need to look at the crew loadout. So, we have a pilot, we have an astrogator, we have a geologist, we have a mechanic. And nobody's much better than anybody else, so that's fine. Okay. Excuse me. So we want to take off, I guess, one of the containers and stick... Oh. It can only go on the low stress. Interesting. I see. And it's entirely possible that, because I think I've had 3 encounters with a Dorito, and it's entirely possible that every single time I have attacked them probingly, just like bzz, bzz, or accidentally hit them while mining, maybe? Because I swear one, I didn't intentionally provoke him, but I could have hit him while mining. Entirely possible. But that one, obviously, I clearly antagonized the Dorito, so... I do remember the first time it flew in and just kind of like did that spinny just all the way around me. It just kept like flying around me and it was kind of just in my face. Can you take out 2 beacons? You can take out 2 beacons. We're taking out 2 beacons. I don't know why we're taking out 2 beacons, but we're taking out 2 beacons. Just for the fun of it. How long does that take? An hour? Sweet. So we're gonna make these guys kind of happy-ish. What are the twins? Okay. That makes sense. And that might have been what happened the one time where I was just sitting there mining and it just finally got tired of me being there. So I guess then the question becomes, what are they guarding? Is there something specific? Do you have to go look for what they're doing? Because anytime I've ever encountered them, they burn in hard from one direction. And then they burn back out again another direction. There was also some speculation in the Discord about stealth drives. And one of the I think the first video I uploaded tonight showed the thing that I was asking about in the Discord the other day, where sometimes you get a sparkly on the Astrogator tab, and when you get there, there's nothing, but the sparkly is still there. And that's weird. And I finally, I caught it on video. Oh, right, and it's, you know, there's still stuff that's work in progress, right? So it's, can't expect everything to be 100% right now. And part of the reason why it's addictive, right? Because you're just, so many questions, like, what is going on? And I like this little K-44. He's not super slow. Not crazy fast. He is super unbalanced, though. Once you start getting back into the small ships after having flown the Titan and the OCP, the OCP is a great many things. Let's see if there's still space gonorrhea on Ubuntu 4. Are you still infected, guy? Ah! I forgot. Doesn't look like it. Also, no. So then I guess I need to go look at the roadmap. Is 2.0 going to be a whole other game that you're going to have to buy again? Is that the plan? Is it going to be like a DLC? I realize I look insane whacking myself in the head. From time to time, I get sudden, painful tinnitus. And I can either let it go on its own, and it's only in one ear at a time. It's done it on both, but it's only ever in one ear at a time. If I whack my head firmly on the side that the ear is gone completely deaf, it goes away in about 5 seconds. If I don't, it takes about 2 minutes. No idea why. Been doing it 20 years. Fuck, I'm old. I can say things like, I've been doing this for 20 years. It's like I was an adult then. Still. Sort of. Mostly? Well, sort of. What? I think someone messed up on that name. Hey, Sana, how's it going? Yeah. Oh, yeah, just whack it with the beacon. That is beryllium. Bunk. I'll gladly pay $10, $15, $20 for a DLC or a release of a second version. Like, so I have a problem with the gaming industry as it stands today, because I remember, back in my day, you get a demo disc and you're like, I can play 15 or 20 games. There's about 15 or 20 or 30 minutes worth of content for each of them, and you can play a demo and figure out if you want to go out and spend $40, $50, $60, $70, $80 on a game. And nobody does that anymore. And like, I saw this, and I've had this on my wish list for like a while. And I knew that when it went on a sale that I could justify spending the money, I was going to buy it. And I bought it during the summer sale a few weeks ago. But like, after playing it, if and or when I ever get back to the point where financially I can just be like, yeah, I'll spend $50 on that, and it's not a problem. I'll spend $50 on this. It's great. Oh, it's the one with the transponder replacer. Like, I know that ship, it's this. Like, no, it's not, it's this. Yeah. I actually just did that one a couple days ago. Yeah, and I saw that. I keep seeing demo on stuff, and I'm like, am I playing a demo? I thought I bought a full game. And then people are like, no, it's the full game. And I'm like, well, which is it? Because somebody's lying to me. I don't know who it is. Yeah, I saw the references to the Lost Child timeline, or storyline, and that they leave when you find the child. And I was like, well, I better have backups. So I started getting backup crew. And at this point, with the OCP and salvage, as often as that happens, I can afford the, 107 grand, I think, every month in crew fees. Even if I go out 2 or 3 dives and it's not really all that profitable, I'll make that money back at some point, usually from the drones. Oh yeah, I think Lachlan is my singer. Did I have... I don't remember if I put... There's no way to see who your crew is while you're out in the rings. I wish there was a crew tab. It showed you who you had on board. That'd be nice. Crew tab would be nice. Wow, that's kind of a boss move right there. I kind of want to just stick a beacon out here in the dead space. So, here's a question. I saw somebody say a thing one time about going through the Inky Gap. And there's clearly ring over here. Can you get to the other side? Yeah, Damien is very recognizable. He's a creep. Were you here last night when I was doing that? I took him off the list back on Enceladus, and it was just like 4 people, and I added him back on, and he just like, with that creepy ass grin, just slides up behind everybody else. It's Damien. Oh, he's so creepy. I want to know, like, where that image came from. It has to be like a person, right? Or did he just use like some facial generation thing and randomized features, like a game face creation thing? Radar anomaly. Hey, sweet. That's right at the edge. Well, that's where I'm going. Oh, turn too fast. Turn too fast. Crunch. Hello. Thank you. Okay. Now, RCSs, if you could... Well, it's not the RCSs. It's the cargo containers. They're heavy. Okay, now, if I can maybe go somewhere, get rid of these rocks, something. Yeah, that's what's happened. I've tried it 3 times, and that's what happens every time. But I saw somebody said something about the other side. I was like, you can't go to the other side. Can you? So it's all these weird little, like, mentions in the Discord of stuff with question marks attached. So, no way. Woo! Y'all see this? Y'all see this? Do you see this? Let's hope they're not live. And let's hope a Dorito doesn't burn in on me. That's what happened the last time I got a big spawn like this. I think the Dorito has something to do with the GA. And I think that the drones are being stolen by the GA and rewired, rebuilt, whatevered, and then being sold on the black market or stripped for parts even, or something. Because I swear, every time I pick up the drone spawn, the GA gets mad at me the next time I go talk to him. Oh. Yeah, bringing moonlets back. Yes. I tried to fly 2 moonlets. One was the spacebar, and the other was just a moonlet with a cave. I tried to fly them using the OCP, the Almighty, the Great, the Only, back to Enceladus. I was never able to get very far because I'd always run out of fuel. Don't tell me the K-44's hold is not wide enough to accommodate the drone. No. No. Oh no. 200 grand a piece. There's like 10 of them. Okay, so no, you won't. Don't you dare. So I wonder if I leave a beacon. Yeah, that's exactly what I wanted to do. Thank you. So if I leave a beacon, will the drones remain? Hey, what are you... Ugh. I did not let go of the cargo button. Come on. Gotta, like... Sag. Yeah, I think it does too. See, I've seen that too, that they might be, that somebody was calling them mines. So, if we go to... Oops. Oh, which one of these is... Okay, one. Flame beacon. I mean, there's one way to find out, right? Can you recall them? Ooh! um, 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 okay, they're mines. They're definitely mines. We learned something new. I learned something new today. Oh, you pay for claims. So there's something to be said for making the decision between, and you can't inspect ships in the rings, and I think this is intentional, for making the decision between picking up a derelict and trying to fly it back home, risking your crew for however many days, or we're gonna pause the game actually, or scuttling it in situ and then picking up the life pod, because the life pod is a guaranteed 50k, right? I have picked up K-37s that did not give me 50k worth back out of them. And then if you pick it up and it ends up being part of a battle spawn, and you pick it up and you didn't know that because you weren't paying attention when it happened, right? You get the danger music, but you're in the middle of chasing down a rock or whatever and you don't check it out. Search and rescue fees are not 50k. Wait, that's it? Are you sure? What? What? Because I got too close? So if you get... Oh yeah, it's coming towards me. I want you to be deployed, guy. Oh, do I have to turn that back off? No, it's docked. Oh, maybe because I didn't say anything. There we go. That's why. Okay. So. Yeah, I waited too long is what it was. So what I'm going to try to do now. Oi. I'm going to try to use the cradle arm to pick up a drone. Assuming it doesn't blow me up. We're going to see what happens. Cross your fingers. Do you think it'll work? Taking bets. Taking bets. So they are definitely weaponized. Just found that out. I mean, that's 100 grand. 2 life pods. Not a bad haul. Yeah, that's. It looks like the beacon had to be really, really close. Oh, more gorsh. Okay, 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 okay. Cool. Very cool. Very cool. We're gonna come over here. So I can get 300 grand today. We're gonna come kind of over here out of the way-ish. So the claim beacon follows you around until you gate back out of where you're at, apparently. Okay, so we're going to get well away from the drones. We're going to release claim beacon number 2. Boop. Do a little bit of flying away. Oh, there you go. And then glowing ice. Let him boot up. So 30k. Oh. Oh. That means I gotta be quick. Grab this other. Does that mean I can shut them down right now? Okay, well, I can cancel it and return to cradle. But I don't want it to return to the cradle. I think it was at this point I realized I done messed up. I think that's what just happened here. So, what we're gonna do then? Something like that. No, they're more powerful than that. Okay, so we need... That is enabled. I just want to pick up this other drone. Can I pick up this other drone without it going bonkers? So if I leave... Well, I'm worried about it whacking the other drone that's already in the cradle. So I guess we can try it, right? Worst case scenario, it just... Bam. Oh, yeah, that's right, because final approach must be initiated by pilot. Ah, yeah, yeah. So if I redeploy them, will they stay in place? Hey, I hate this autopilot. I need to take it off of here. So much I hate it. If you tell it to stop moving, it still tries to avoid obstacles. Okay, so You can only have one channel open at a time. Funk. Wonder if you can destroy your own beacons. Can you destroy your own beacons? Oh, wait. Come on. Where's the dialogue? Hello? So, like... I'd really like to encounter the, rogue AI ships again. That was really cool. Finally. Okay, so do that. Set that up. Yeah, so... Shattered Sky is... Yeah, even though I set him up, he's still coming back to dock. Okay, well, that's slightly unfortunate. Can I, like... Can I just... Yeah, well, they're gonna do that. So, it's... not the swarm. So I had a spawn that was 4 ships that were about half the size of a K-37. And when I approached them, they were flying kind of in formation, going about 90 degrees. When I approached them, they started running, like the cargo container from GA when you go to pick up their goods, you know. And see if I can get this guy. I guess that's what it is. I got it in the cargo, and I returned back to Enceladus, and it paid me 200 grand, I think, for rogue AI drone. Now let's hard burn out of here before the claim beacons get too close. Hey, would you look at that? Wait a minute. Huh? It says I have 200. Oh, because it's only counting the one in the mouth. The 246. Cool. I've never used the mining companion, so I don't actually know what they look like in the world. I should go do that. So I guess we're going to find out if those drones... I'm pretty sure they're going to despawn. I'm like 98% certain. That's really, really unfortunate, though. 8 of these guys. 8! 8! Times 2. 1.6 million! That would have been a great run. In the Enceladus tab, you mean? Yeah, that's fine. Okay. Yeah, the most I've ever come out of the rings with, I think, was just over 2 mil? 2.01 or something like that. Yeah, I think I remember the mining companion saying something about known to have problems or something like that. But we got those, at least. Something. Paid for the dive. In the early 23rd century, a joint venture between Nakamura Dynamics and Titan Heavy Industries produced an autonomous mining drones in an attempt to automate ring excavation. While initially successful, drone swarms developed personality quirks in their neural networks. So Ghost in the Shell type of stuff. Yeah, I remember reading that and I was like, I don't know if I want my drones going Laughing Man. Or the individual 11, actually. I don't want my mining companion going individual 11. Yeah, getting salvage is like a big, big money booster. For sure. So, I don't even remember, what did I have on there before? I had microwaves, right? Which I should probably just put 2 lasers on. The lasers are more effective. Oh, I had a laser and I had a haul drone. That's what I had. So, there you go. So when I saw those and they were flying, they were yellow because they're unknown, and I tried to hail them, and I hailed all 4 of them, and they were insane AI. It was must mine, 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 like they were singing. I was like, I don't think I want any of those. Especially if they're not on my payroll, as it were. Okay, so what we're doing is we're gonna head back out in Young Torch. And we're going to find out. Of course, the problem is it was at the Gap, right? Which means you can't actually go straight to it. So how long is this gonna take me? Does it tell you how long it takes you? Yeah, I think I got that out of one of them. What is this, an organic? Go away. There. That's the zoom. It doesn't tell you how long it takes anywhere, does it? Fine. If it's not there, it's not there. We can just go back out to Ubuntu 4. And then oh, it's still there. It takes 5 days to get out there. Wow. Am I the only crazy person that turns the jump speed down to minimum every time? Regardless. I think I'd turn it up higher in the Model E. But like, that's it. I don't know what other effects it has besides requiring a slower jump in velocity before the computer will begin calculating trajectories. Does it affect the amount of time it takes you to get there? Well, there's something that spawned up here. Oh, dead people. Also, because I didn't activate the other beacon, apparently it never... I don't know if it came back, or... Oh, okay. So if you want to get there right now, go with the faster speeds. if you don't really care about the time and you want to be safe, go back. So yeah, unactivated, it just followed me back to Enceladus. I went back in the dock or whatever. Get my claim beacon back, which because it's mine gives me no money. Gotta love it. I get them all the time out here. Or do you mean the outer edge? I don't spend enough time in the outer edge to find out, actually. Oh. Is that every time? So if I went back, reinstalled the beacon on the K-44, came back out here, laid another claim, and then came back, do you get an event then too? Is it every time? Or is it just one time per save? Or per seed, I guess. That is per save. Because if it's one time per beacon drop, and then you drop it somewhere else and you get it again one more, that might be worth it as a farming technique. Oh. So if you set it up for 90 days, you can just run back and forth and get spawns. I don't know if I have the singer on right now. Which I'm on the OCP, so all my crew should be in here, so I should have the singer. I kind of wish it was voice acted. That'd be great. You're just floating around and you just start hearing some low, you know, someone singing a low melody with a little bit of reverb. Yeah, I mean, a single life pod, not really worth it. But if it happens, well, I guess it depends on what you're jumping in with too, because like, if you're jumping in with OCP or Titan and you've got giant propellant and nanodrone storages, but then you sell to the GA, which is what I'm going to do after I pick these guys up, because every time I come in with Titan or OCP, I didn't last time because of the frame rate thing, but I always sell stuff to the GA. Boop. Who knew you could boop the snoot on a rock? I think that'd be worth it, honestly. Farming beacon events. So it is a game mechanic that it's specifically does not continue spawning entry ring edge events. Which, I mean, most of my dives are go in, do one or two simple things, head back home. So, like, that probably wouldn't be a bad way to go about it. What's really funny with the OCP is, look, I have a dead body. Washing machine. Why does he look like he's twisted in all kinds of funny ways? He was frozen in space. He hit a asteroid. I don't know why I haven't been using the arms. Oh, so it monitors save game time and moves all things in. Yeah, how often? Yes. How many asteroids? Got it. Of course, I did this totally in the wrong order, so it's going to take me longer and more propellant. That's the good news about the Great Round One. He has a giant propellant tank. Nice. Yeah, from time to time I find a nice thick beryllium vein and I'm like, I really should stop to mine this, but drones. It's always when I'm on the way to a drone spawn when I find a big beryllium vein. I'm like, but drones. Smash, clunk, bang. Oh, look, there's another. That's going to be a salvage. Or a life pod. So, let's pick up the last two bodies and go get that derelict. Which I guess bodies you can turn with because they weigh comparative to the OCP, mind you, nothing. Yeah, watch it be some weird artifact of the spawn, and it's like an OCP derelict or something. Yeah, the front arm on the OCP is not very smart. It always tries to put things in the thruster. Also, can we talk a minute about how the drift music in the rings, the nothing is going on music, is the Fallout 4 menu music, I'm pretty sure. It's Coder said all the music was completely original, so it's not the Fallout 4 music, but it's like the volume level that I have it at, that's what I hear. Dun 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 dun. Dubois. Okay. Boom boom. Hard burn, hard burn, hard burn. OCP's fat. And that's how you know you're getting to be a better pilot, right? Honestly, most of the time anymore, my damage comes from I looked away from the screen, which, duh. Or just wear. Regular old wear and tear, or I'm being attacked. What I kind of want to do is I kind of want to grab Storm Coinage, the Bald Eagle, And I want to come out here, and I want to turn the computer off. And fly blind. And see if you can't go beyond... Hey, look at that, it's a whole derelict. And compared to the almighty OCP, he is a tiny little whale. I mean, yeah, at the end of the day, people suing because, oh, those 3 notes, that's my chord progression. Like, guy, anybody's gonna play those 3 notes. Like, especially if you're using the same time step or whatever, like, you're gonna hear the same stuff over and over. Clearly. The question is, should I try? There's no rocks out here. So I'll let chat decide. Does it? You're right, it does. So the arm is a guaranteed, but I have to leave now and go back to Enceladus. I can't hunt for more. I can go sell to the GA real quick. With yeah, we'll just tow it. It's fine. Nah, we'll tow it. We'll tow it. Oh, I can still do it. Yeah, give it a go. Real quick. I like how you can see the little dude just like, you. Oh, no. Think we can get the GA and dock up and out before it blows up? So I've been trying to figure out how to grab 2 derelicts with the arms on the OCP. I've not been able to do it. It always collides. I cannot get both arms on the thing. Driver ammunition, not the thing we want to hear. You going critical? I don't think that's critical. It's not glowing red hot yet. I only tried it the once, and I only tried it for like 5 minutes before I got tired of it, and I was like, you know what, I'm just gonna blow this one up and take the life pod. Yeah, I might go back and bring... So, with the beacon, it really only makes sense if you're trying to farm it, if you're doing it right at the edge of the ring, right at the outer edge, so you can run in, drop it, run back out, and you don't spend a whole lot of propellant. And when you jump back in with something large, OCP or you wouldn't want to bring an Eagle. I would say the Model E because it's got the big cargo doors, but the cargo size is very small. I don't know that that's the case either. I mean, honestly, the OCP. You come back in with the OCP, wait for a spawn. The arm slows down the overload? Like, I don't want to hit it with the thruster because you don't want to overheat the reactor doing that. So I'm trying to turn only the direction Oh, so it could just be... Yeah, because minor is just an event, isn't it? Pretty sure the structure's over here. Of course, this is just really, really, really slow. Because I don't want to let it go, and then something crashes into it, or I crash into it, or it crashes into something. Or it just goes off because I'm not connected to it. Yeah, I spent the first, like, 100 hours of this game not knowing that that's what that was. The insurance. Yeah, I could. But I have used it, like, when it's facing away, you can still use it. So just wait for it to rotate around, right? And then going this direction lets me minimize the usage so I don't have to worry about it too much. Ah yes, rock spawns right up against the asteroid. Lovely. I was talking with the Playing Tiger, Tindar, night before last. Can't remember at this point. And he's still fresh enough to the control system. So me, 3D and 2D physics, just physics games are like my thing. They're my jazz. I love physics in the real world and in video games. And I love when games try to simulate real-world physics as close as they possibly can. It doesn't matter, it was on the exact opposite side anyway. So like, he's new enough to the whole control schema that he's not comfortable going more than 20 or 30 meters a second, even in the outer edge of the rings. And then you got me, who I have, on fairly regular occasion, flown the OCP 80 to 100 meters a second through dense part of the rings, chasing something, because I got maintenance drones. It's just like, oh, that was a rock? Crap, now I gotta accelerate again. $25 mil? Oh, mod thing, right? Can't clear my throat. Slightly annoying. Yeah. When you see everything, all of your thrusters simultaneously go red, the computer shuts off because you just slammed into this massive rock. And then it all turns on and it starts slowly going back to yellow. Yeah. Of course, that only works assuming you still have power. Because without power, the drones don't work, for obvious reasons. I like how the light must be on a separate plane, because it goes through the OCP, it illuminates, and there's no OCP shadow. That's funny to me. Oh, you can get that? Yeah, at some point I'm gonna have to do mod stuff, because I definitely want to fly that. It'd be really cool if they made that a pilotable ship in the vanilla. Oh, no. Sorry, guy. I just whacked him. Oh, he's not glowing so super bright now. I think the reactor shut off. That's kind of good. Ah, Leroy. There's my singer. Geologist. Yeah, you'd think there'd be some shadow cast at least. I mean, there is... At some point, you have to accept that there's going to be limitations. There you go. Use the K-44 as a brake. Oh, that's great. Yeah, because I'd love to get my hands on the Big Bad Wolf. I think that would be phenomenal. Holy crap, he sings for a while, doesn't he? I don't think I've ever seen him sing this long. There's always like an event or something that happens. Geologist wrong. That was terrible. Torpedo tubes. So it came... Did it come from Discord? Like, I mean, I guess the inspiration? That's kind of cool. Interesting. It's always really cool to me when you have a game that the devs are super interested in what the users, the players, end up doing or coming up with. That took forever. But that's a real maneuver that you would actually see in space. So, you know. Yeah, it's always super interesting to me whenever devs are like... They take stuff from the, what do you call it? From the community. And run with it. And $200 to buy everybody a drink? Yes, please. They don't ask for raises if you keep them blasted. At least, I haven't had them ask for a raise. I kept buying them drinks. So that's something. You know, I think Nightbot's supposed to have 2 or 3 other timed messages it's supposed to come up with, and it only ever comes up with the Discord. I'm gonna have to take a look at that. I also need to add in some commands that Onyx suggested last night, because it's even if I don't, even if I move all the gaming stuff to Twitch, and I only have the automotive stuff, I still go into the garage and stream in the garage working on cars, and it's still hanging out with the community. It's hanging out with people that are like, hey man, what are you doing today? Oh yeah, come take a look at this, you know? So it's like, So I still want the kind of engagement capability to be there. So I want just, chat to be able to put commands in chat and it gives them a funny message. That's really all they do right now. I don't have anything set up with integrations that like, I tried Nightbot's song request thing and it's not very good, and B, because it's YouTube, I wouldn't be able to, well, if I'm doing it in a stream, it doesn't matter, because I'm never going to monetize streams anyway for ad revenue, if and or when I ever get to that point, because that's not the point of a live stream. It's, I produce a video, and I put it out there, and someone's like, hey man, here's $5 for this DIY video, or this how-to video. I went out, and instead of buying a $30 for Dummies book, I spent $2 or $3 for, to give you back some of your time that you spent in production on this video. Thank you. Like, that makes sense to me, but probably ADHD. But like, a live stream is just, it's hanging out. It's getting to know people, and people getting to know me, and, building a community. I don't ever want the live streams to be like, hey, I'm here so you can pay me money. Like, no. It's not a concert. I'm not up on stage. It's, Yeah, I had my pilot. I keep going in there to look at crew. My pilot kept asking for a raise, and I gave it to her. I mean, she was an expert and a master, and she'd leveled up almost all the way at the time, and I was paying her a pittance for it. So a raise wasn't necessarily out of the question, but it was still, how can I avoid this in the future? Which is the question every company, every business owner has to ask, right? Is how do I reduce expenses without pissing people off? That's the key. Without pissing people off. And I started buying them drinks at the Space Bar, and every time I go to GA and all of that, and haven't had a single one ask for a raise yet. Wait, so do you guys get ads on the live stream right now? Oh, he continues singing after you. That's cool. I'm gonna let it go until it stops. Oh, I got you. Yeah, because I was like, because I think live streams, well, not think, live streams you can monetize with ad revenue the same way you can regular videos. But I haven't in a while, because my schedule's just, it doesn't line up. But I used to watch Heist. He does railroad stuff, and he works at, Colorado Railroad Museum there in Denver, and really smart dude, engineer brain, whether he has a degree or not, I don't know, but musician, content creator, engineer, literally train engineer, conductor, like cool dude. And he was in a live stream once when I caught them. Oh, yep, you're right. Done. Oh, you can't do it after? Or it's been too long, probably. Crap. I don't know. I'm gonna go back to Enceladus. I don't either. I always have to ask other people because I don't tend to see things like that. Specifically, I don't have banners, I don't have floaters, I don't have... I actually don't even have the elements on the sides of screens that have, like, the socials. Don't even have those anymore. I think it's... Well, I don't know if anybody's going to come in and look at the VOD, so I don't know that I'm going to say names and such. The things that we all know exist, right? So I should put the claim beacons back... Ooh! I should put the claim beacons both back on the K-44 and use that and take the cargo containers off and use the K-44 as my beacon runner. And then I can take the great and powerful almighty OCP out to both of them, get spawns, see what they are, maybe profitable spawns, go to GA. Well, I should jump in, go to GA first, so I'm not doing that. and then go and get the spawns and see what they are, try to make profits off of those. You guys are onto something. So, we're gonna get back in... Actually, hold on. So, those are... It calls it 4 low-stress hardpoints, but 2 of those are different from the other 2. What's the difference? Ooh. That's not a terrible idea either. Because the K-44 is not super slow. Question... Can the Model E hold 2 claim beacons? Yeah, but the Model E is my exploration ship. I don't know that I want to put beacons on the exploration ship. Also, I need to strip. It was just a regular K-37. Without all the stuff on the side, he just looks a little bit longer, I guess. That's what I should do. I should go drop them in a propeller. Or propellers. Huh. Because what you can do... Okay, so... K-44. I have 4 hardpoints. What? Oh no, this is the... Okay, let's strip the K-37 first. Wow. This guy wasn't outfitted very well at all. Ugh. Ugh. Barely even made even on that. Didn't even pay for the dive. Rude. Fleet. So, get back in the K-44. So, here's what I'm thinking. Right? The K-44. Beacon. Beacon. Oh, you can put maintenance. So here's a question. What is the probability or possibility of the mining companion going rogue? When you say coded, do you just mean coded in the game, as in programming? That's just the way they're programmed? Okay. So you don't just grab the Titan with 6 claim beacons, go out and just beacon camp and beacon farm. So here's a question. What if you drop a claim beacon, so you drop a claim beacon, 2 claim beacons, the K-44. You then drop 2 claim beacons with the OCP. You then drop 2 claim beacons with the Model E. And you do that? Do they stack, or when you change ships to the original? No, the one that I activated from the K-44 was still there when I went out in the OCP. And I already equipped or unequipped the beacons from the K-44. So what happens if I drop both claim beacons and activate them with the K-44, and then come back, switch to a different ship, put a claim beacon on it, and go back out and try to deploy it? Does the first claim beacon that you activated just disappear? Oh, so it says, no, you've already done this. You're going back out and it's already been done. You don't have any more. Dang. I thought I was onto something. That would have been crazy. Okay, so I kind of like having the arms available. So what can I put on the K-44 that will give me cradle arms in the back that would not make stupid sense to disconnect just immediately when I get out into the rings? I'm thinking the mining companion, honestly. 2 mining companions, you get out to 1 claim beacon, you release the companion, you just, as soon as the event spawns and you deal with it, or you investigate it, go to the next claim beacon, release the other mining companion. So if you release it in the rings, do you have to buy another, like, do you have to, is it repair when you get back to Enceladus to replace the one you dropped? Also, that looks very funny. With the beacon. Also, I have to go potty. So if you give me just a moment, I shall be right back. Oof. Big. Oh, so it genuinely doesn't matter. So I guess probably the more useful thing would be the mining companions. They're not crazy expensive. Should I put the one mining companion, and that only give me one arm though? I was gonna say point defense, so I could destroy a ship that I couldn't grab. Can the cradle arms aren't strong enough or long enough to pick up a derelict, are they? I mean, we could try. I don't think they would. I think for right now, 2 mining companions. Do that. Yeah, it's just a small stuff. That's what I figured. But and that's what I was thinking is, what if I'm out there and I'm not purposefully going out to mine? Cargo's empty. So if I come across a life pod, put it in the cargo, who cares? The problem is I don't have any way to... Well, I guess I just use a thruster. Blow up a vessel. If we can't take it back with us, and I find it while I'm out with the K-44, which the K-44 is just to drop the claim beacons. I go back out with the OCP and I can pick stuff up with it. But I don't know that it really matters. What I do want to do though is I do want to I don't know if the K-69 is the best. I mean, I'm not worried about it for now. Right now it's just a run and dump. We don't really care too much. Exactly. It's my salvage. I'll blow it up now. So what are we looking at? Oh, he doesn't have any waiting time. We just need to do repairs. Oh. What did I whack that hard? What? Yeah, the 44. Yeah, why is there not the 4th person in there? That's weird. Here's Damien. God, it's so creepy. Yeah, I know. I mean, it wasn't gonna let me go out without doing that, so gots to do it anyway. Right. I should probably get one of those. I don't need a pilot, do I? She's the one that kept asking me for a raise, too. Definitely need a mechanic. Which is funny, she's got resting bitch face, but like... she's a damn good mechanic. And look at how cheap she is. Really cheap. Okay, well, let's just get a cheap hotel. Where are we gonna go? Starting that propeller? Maybe? What do you figure that's in that dark spot? Because I kind of want to put at least one of them in a propeller. But a propeller near the outer edge, is that going to be as dense as one of these other guys? I'm definitely going to put it in a bigger propeller. I mean, I guess we could jump into this one. Okay. Probably jump in. Okay. I guess the map wrapped around real quick. Jump in like there-ish. Higher probability that we'll end up close but not directly inside the darn thing? Or should I like... No, we're going over here. We'll fly to the propeller. We'll go beyond it and then come back to it. I already know what's gonna happen. It's me. I already know. Okay. I wish you could set waypoints. That would be really, really handy. You could set waypoints. Ooh, she's not light. RCSs are pretty good, so I figure 50 shouldn't be too bad. So I guess then the question I have is, I've seen talk about depleting veins. So when you load up the game and you start a new save, it's a random seed with a random value, right? That you can't choose. I wish we could choose a value, but I guess that would provide a little bit of cheesability, I suppose, somehow. But that then generates a wave function for ore density and propagation through the map, the entirety of the map. And then is that set? Stuff doesn't respawn when you fly in. That can't load all the rocks in place, right? There's no way. Every time you load to a new section of the map, it places new rocks. It has to. There's no way you could... The save game would be enormous if you were saving all the rock locations and vectors of everywhere you've ever been. That would be absurd. You couldn't do that from a game development standpoint, reasonably. Because even as a plain text file, it would be just ridiculous and gigantic. So it's got to load all the rocks in every time you jump in. But so if you go and you deplete like a beryllium vein, there's some timer that deletes what you have done previously in the wave function, so you don't technically ever tap out the rings. Like you couldn't spend 7,000 hours playing this game and then never find beryllium again because you got it all. Right. And I saw Coder talking about that one day, where someone was asking if they could get in-ring saves, and he's like, the way the game engine does what it does for creating where the rocks, the positions, and the densities and all of that is, there's really no feasible way of doing that. Because then you'd have to have a save state for some arbitrary distance that you chose around the ship in the rings. So the ore density is constant across all seeds? How does that work? Then what's the point of the seed? Does random seed just control spawns and names then? And then I guess specific rock placements when you jump into the rings? I mean, stand by. I can pull up Discord on the other screen. So, just stick it in there if you know where it's at. Wait. Is Deso on? No. Huh? Oh, okay. I got you. Okay, let's get back to... And then every time I come back out of the menu... wrong way, wrong way, wrong way, wrong way, wrong way, wrong way, wrong way. I get a little bit of chuggies. Slow down, big rock, slow down. Those are speed bumps. We call those speed bumps. Those are speed bumps. Let's not hit the speed bumps. Where are we at? Still got a ways to go before we're even in the propeller. But I want to have it in, like... I don't know that I want to have it in a crazy dense spot. But the OCP is slow, so, like, the closer I can get, the better. Also, something I didn't when I was doing that thing yesterday, trying to figure out why this looked so far different from the real world images of the rings. Something I forgot to ask is, so there should be, in this center point, right? So somewhere about right here, there should be some rock that is substantially larger than all the rocks around it. I've never found a propeller that had a large mass in the center of it. So, like, is it just me? Am I in the wrong spot and I'm stupid? Or do they not have moonlets in them? And yeah, and it's by... So I guess the question is do the... I keep saying that, don't I? I guess then the question is... Like a thing with me, I guess. The question then becomes... Different. Not the same. Does flight time only also allow time enough for the ores to replenish? So if you fly in and out, in and out, in and out, like you do a bunch of mining, and then you go in and out, in and out, in and out 5 or 6 times, is that the same amount of time that will have passed as if you are mining somewhere else? Does the game count it as mining and not mining? Or is it just time? Okay, so then I guess what is the largest value of seed? Because if every seed can have its own map, how many digits are there in the seed? And how many potential seeds are there? And how can you then have any maps of it? Well, you can record maps every time, like with some seeds, but then like, is there a way to map your own seed? I guess that one mod that someone's been working on. I'm terrible with names. I don't remember people. I remember what people drive and how they stand. For whatever reason. Where's it at? Crap. Well, I'll get to it in a minute. So just take it slow and a few trips here and back and you should be back to 0, as it were. Okay, that's good to know. It's good to know you'll never, because I'm not a huge fan typically of games that have finite resource. Like, love StarCraft, but I burn out on StarCraft really quickly every time I go back to it because each map has finite resources. You can only do so much, and it's just, it limits you, right? And I'm not a huge fan of being limited. Granted, as large as the rings are, even if it didn't replenish, it would take you very, very, very long to deplete the rings of everything, right? Of everything useful. And then you have random spawns that you can always make money off of those. Yeah, I always go 100% Xenon. I don't care about the time. I probably should have when I first started, because, like, you know, profits and money and all that. And then you gotta pay crew, but since starting this save, I have not worried about individual jumps or individual dives and how much it cost or how much I made on each one. It's always been a running average in my mind kind of thing, and it's fine. Oh, okay. Yeah, unique username, which, speaking of, they're in Discord doing a bunch of stuff right now. That would be... Could you imagine? Like, the scale of that. But then how do you... I guess from a game development standpoint, how do you enforce that? Right? Do you see the rings receding altogether? Or do you just go in and they get more and more sparse? Or like, how do you build that in the game? Right, and that's why I never really paid that much. The thing that'll bankrupt you very quickly is repairs if you smack into everything all the time. Also, why do I keep seeing there's somebody out in the Kepler Gap? See that? Up here somewhere. They're moving pretty quick. Oh, how far am I? Oh, I still got a ways to go. Can I take it a little bit faster? 25. Let's 25. It's a residential area, right? 25 sounds reasonable. So, something I did find out is negatives are possible, which is good. It doesn't just game over you at 0, which would be, I mean, obviously, you have banks and you have Enceladus that's a company and they can front you money. I went negative twice, refilling propellant and drones into a dive, into 2 dives, I guess. And where he's bound down, loaded up and trucking. Yeah, I got you. Who was I talking to? Talking to somebody. Kenny Loggins, Danger Zone. Onyx. Talking to Onyx. About Danger Zone. Kenny Loggins. And like they adopted a cat and his original... No. Tiny Ninja. They adopted a cat and his original name when they adopted him was Kenny Loggins. And she's like, I want to know what exactly happened in this cat's life that they had to name him Kenny Loggins. I was like, that's great. 29 mil. I don't think I've ever seen a ship that expensive. Is there such a thing as that in vanilla? Like a brand new ship fully loaded? Can you get ships that expensive? Yeah, I've currently got the Delta V channel up right now. He said, switching. Wow, as soon as you posted it. Boop. It's still tiny. Watch this. Watch this. You ready? You ready? Stand by. Stand by. Stand by. Skills. Holy crap. We're gonna do what everyone has done. Okay, now you've got to rewrite the entire song now. Like, I don't know what channel you'd stick that in, but yeah, definitely got to have that as a thing. We just got to redo like everything Kenny Loggins has ever done, but space mining. Yeah, the Model Es are not cheap at all. I got mine on salvage. Like, it was 4 million, 3 million, and it was broke. It was broke. Someone smashed that guy into something. Ready? Aha! I mean, we're going slow, so it's fine. There's a list? What? What do you mean list? So the OCP and the Titan, when you begin thrusting, they stop rotation. The K-44 does not. Probably because it's small and light, and the center of rotation is probably very near to the center. Where... Well, it's because it's short. So, because the thrust is so close to the center of rotation, the center of mass, even straight thrusting and side thrusting doesn't really slow the rotational speed down a whole lot. Whereas in the Titan and the OCP, more thrusters, more energy, more straightening force. Cool. Wow. What? I wish I could find one for that cheap. Well, I have one now. I wish I could have found one for that cheap when I was trying to purchase one. Red Sauvine, what is that? I don't know what that is. I swear this is Fallout 4 frickin' menu music, man. Every time I hear those, it's funny because I don't hear the undernotes. I only hear the louder tones, so I don't hear the... What is that called? The tones, the harmonics that are below your primary melody in gain. I don't know what that's called. But I hear the primary, the melody, which is these kind of minor chords, and it's just bum bum bum, and it's, I know that, like, I know the Fallout 4, I think it was the Fallout New Vegas theme too for the menu, but I know it so well because I've spent a lot of time doing other things with Fallout just in the background, doing research or looking up where to find stuff in wikis or like whatever, like doing whatever with just the Fallout main menu in the background. And I've got a lot of hours listening to those notes. Like, that's Fallout, man. It's gotta be Fallout. But like, everything in this game is a reference to something, right? There's so much Expanse references, which I still have to watch. There's Firefly references, which I still have to watch. I guess I was gonna say it again. One question I have, I have many questions, is The Expanse, was it show first and then books like Star Wars? Kothon Derelict. Books first, okay. Oh, and then there's big stuff that I've missed. What have I missed? Stand by. We're going to pause. I can read chat. Oh yeah, center mass for the... Get out of the picture. I have never heard that name. I thought I knew country. Old country. Proper country. Oh! I'll have to go... I'll have to go look it up. That's something I should know. Okay, tell me it's gonna boot up and fly away. Boot up and fly away. Boot up and fly away. Come on. Come on. Come on. RNG gods are on my side. They love me. They love me. They love me. Okay. Okay, everybody. Everybody. Cross your fingers. 3, 2, 1. Why is the astrogator going? Send Rebecca. She's smarter. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Nah. Aha! Woo! Because Kothons will go for a pretty penny. I don't want it. I just want to sell it. Woohoo! Alright. Makes sense. I got a bunch of esoteric knowledge that I know for no other reason than I heard a reference to something once and I looked it up and I was like, oh, that's interesting, and it just, like, stuck. Let's see if this one gets catastrophic failure. Okay, so I kind of want to be... Where's the most dense part of a propeller? I kind of want to be just outside of that. Right? So here's a question. If you jump into Flame Beacon, if you jump into a point of interest, is there ever a chance of it spawning you in a rock? Or like moving and directly beside a rock? Okay, so getting somewhere near the middle then should be sort of a safe zone-ish. Because I want to be like as close to some dense beds as I can. But also, this makes sense too. All of these rocks, there's a bunch of little tiny rocks. because they don't have a whole lot of gravity. So they don't have a whole lot of mass. So they won't be affected nearly as much by gravity as I'm on the trailing edge of near the center. So there should be here smaller rocks that are less affected by gravity. Yeah, that's why I'm kind of heading like towards the middle, right? It's trying to get somewhere in the propeller, but dead enough space that I don't have to worry about it. So it's like up here somewhere. I like how the BMW, it just gently, which I think I need to change that guy. I think I need to put like the 2205 on here or something. Or the NPM PM PM TM PM PM PM. I've used a bunch of propellant to get here though. Ha! So somewhere around here. Big rocks, right? Yeah. Okay. So set the claim beacon here. One of the claim beacons here. Release. Go away. And then boop. Boop. And oh, so I can also illustrate. Some people were asking about the microseismic, and it doesn't make a whole lot of sense doing mouse wiggle scannies. I'm in a spot where I can illustrate. So what I noticed is that when you first mouse over a rock, so we'll let it dissipate because you see it takes a second to count down, right? It's counting down. I'm not over a rock. Ooh, like a weird hiccup burp thing. I don't know what the hell that was. So we're just gonna put it on there for the whole thing. Okay, so now that it's clear, right? You would stop moving, please. You. So now I come over and I look right here. So I'm looking at one spot and it shows a bunch of everything. But then if I start scanning over the rock, you'll see stuff changes, but then the numbers slow down the way they count. And platinum keeps growing. Stuff comes and goes as it finds the little blips in the box there, and then you come over here and now I'm scanning nothing and the number goes down slowly. It takes time for the microseismic to get an accurate reading. And on smaller rocks it's not as critical. I need to get rid of this autopilot. This autopilot sucks. It's not as critical on the smaller rocks because you mouse over it and you have pretty much the whole rock in the scanner. But sometimes it doesn't see the whole rock and you kind of have to just wiggle around so the scanner can scan. Because every time you move the mouse and it sends a new pulse is kind of what it sounds like. Like you can see here, it's still scanning, right? So it's always sending pulses, but it feels like it scans faster when you move it around a little bit. And you get a more accurate reading of what's probably in the rock. Oh yeah, you're right. I did. You're absolutely right. But I mean, I come out with 200K, so like 10's not going to show that much on here. That's like this little bit right here. Right, and especially if you have a bigger thing, like if you're only looking at this edge, you can't know that there's maybe tungsten in there because it doesn't see any tungsten. But if you come over here, oh look, we saw one little blip of tungsten, right? Somewhere in there. There it is, right there. Back. Come back. You go. I keep fighting the urge to physically reach out and point at my screen like you guys are like right here beside me and you can see. Yeah, that too. So now I want to go. So we want to leave that guy there. Now we want to go somewhere slightly interesting. These guys are about to expire, and they're out there by the Inky Gap. So, go out there. I also like having the scanners on some ships turn down really slow, because it does this. There's an obstacle, but it'll still calculate whenever the radar, the LiDAR is not there. Hey, none of that. Quit it. Quit it. Okay, so let's go visit the phage. Wait, does the I'm a Rockstar music start at a different speed for every ship? It has to. The Model E's Rockstar music wasn't starting until over 85 the other night. And then it would slowly disappear below 80. But it's still playing. Then why do I hear a gnarly drum beat right now? Get it. Get him. I also need to go to this moonlet. It's still playing. That's not obscene at all. 69% calculated in that shape. I wonder if it's different per ship. But then why am I still hearing it right now? Now we're back to regular floaty music. So. That's 40. And no, I'm a Rockstar music. I love that track. I wish there was like a radio you could select the tracks. Because like, I love that track. Oh, you didn't get close enough. There we go. Let's find out real quick. Quit spinning. That's 50. 60. 70. Huh. Maybe it was Spawn music that I was hearing. Like I said, it's turned down fairly low. I don't even know if you guys can hear the game music underneath the stream music that I have running. The phage. Could be. Oh, he's about to expire too. And this is kind of a thing with having a bunch of points of interest in your tab. Hello? It stopped. Is you have to go around and refresh them. And that's just kind of boring and takes time. It's not really content worthy, is it? Yeah, we'll have to hop in the Model E here in a minute. Yes, Priscilla, they came at it with serious hardware the last time we were here. What, like custom mix all of the tracks into your own, like, songs? I know the AI EDM thing has been picking up a bunch of steam and people are really unhappy about it. But it's like, you can still tell it's just math. Every time, you can still tell it's just math. Wait. Oh, there's 4. Okay. I kind of want to claim Beacon out in the gap. Honestly. So 1 in a propeller. Oops, facing the wrong way. 1 in a propeller. 1 in the Anki gap. Because the 1 in the gap will be easy to get to whatever might spawn out there. Actually, I have driver ammo. Why do I have driver ammo? I have 10 kilograms of driver ammo. Let's just go out. We can update 4 later. I could stop by. Dang it. Unevenly weighted. No. No. Okay. Come here, rock. Oh, I see. That'd be cool. There's 80. There's 90. Still no rock and roll music. Ah, wait. Yep, there it is. Oh yeah, that's the rock and roll music. So what was I hearing then? It had to have been, yeah, it had to have been the Phage and like Spawn music. Because the guitar is, the rock and roll music, the guitar is definitely far more prominent than the drums. But it wasn't danger music. I don't know that I remember hearing what I heard at the Phage very often before at all. Maybe it's just, do the Phage stations have their own? I think I had a mass driver on here previously. And I still have the magazine, but I've never emptied it and I've never filled it since the last time I had it on here. What I think it is. Because if you have the magazine, even if you take the gun off, you'll still have the storage for it. I mean, I can check and see when we get back to Enceladus, right? This is going to take a while. So yeah, it definitely started at 90. Well, it got loud enough for me to hear at 90. So maybe it starts at 80 and then builds up to the maximum of 100. And this thing unweighted is a pain in the butt to keep straight. Oh, big rock. Oh. Okay, I turned him off. Honestly, I wish the adrenaline booster you could uninstall from ships. I don't know the lore about how it's supposed to work in game. If it's like a part, like something happens and you hit a button and it just pumps adrenaline into the crew. Well, if the K-44 was a little bit more agile, I would test that. But that's Bald Eagle Model E territory. And this thing, no wonder I'm going through propellant. Granted, these RCSs are cranked like way up. They're maxed out, I'm pretty sure. And I'm doing a lot of maneuvering around these rocks, so that's fine. Propellant's cheap. Nano drones are what's expensive. Oh, a little under halfway there, 44%. I need to go out at some point and find the remaining Ubuntus. That's another one of those Model E territory kind of things. Sometime soon, I need to start packing a bag. So the cool thing is, I didn't think about it previously, and I haven't been doing it because I didn't think about it previously. I can actually, well, the internet connection is going to be the question. I might be able to stream. So a thing I've been doing is I've been working on cars 2 hours away from my house with all my stuff. I take the laptop that I use for streaming in the garage with me. I take both laptops with me, but I take the streaming laptop with me to record videos of car stuff while I'm up there. And at night, I typically play Delta V the past few weeks while I've been doing that. And I didn't think about it until last night, but I could feasibly stream from there, and it would be a little bit different because the lighting is I probably wouldn't even have face cam, honestly, because it's just. But I take the mic with me, I take cameras with me, and the laptop has its own camera anyway, so it's, even if I didn't have the webcams, it would probably be fine. This thing rotating is like, oh, it's rough. But I want to be out in the gap. I might go through all of my propellant just getting out of the gap. Guess we'll find out, won't we? Also, something I've noticed, I don't know if I mentioned it the other day, when rocks load in, there's banding that occurs. I don't know if it's an artifact of the way the game calculates rock positions, or if it has something to do with the wave function that generates. For you. Slow down, slow down, slow down. Gonna want to run out of space before we get this contact. What was I saying? Saying something. Oh, the banding. Yeah, I don't know if it's an artifact of the wave function or... Damn. Whatever. But I'll get... And it's never both. It's only one or the other. I'll get vertical banding or I'll get horizontal banding. And I like the horizontal banding because you can fly faster through it. Yeah, I suspect it's just a weird artifact of you can't actually have truly random placement of anything, and so it runs through, you have some math that defines all of this. So it's yeah, so like there's a band there appears to be a band there, right? And it's like, it's not a problem, it doesn't affect gameplay really all that much. You really only see it if it's the kind of thing that you're used to looking for in any situation. Me having worked on radar and AI art a little bit, it's the kind of thing that I see. It's not that kind of thing that you look for it, but when you see the effect, you know what it is, kind of thing. But it's like, your average Joe is not very, very likely not going to see that even, let alone understand what might cause it to happen. So, is it? Oh, that actually makes a lot of sense, because it has to calculate new rock placements and despawn old rock placements behind you. So yeah, that makes total sense. And yeah, I notice it a lot more when the density is higher, for sure. Like right here, it's quite dense, so you definitely see line, line, line. I also think the LiDAR coloration probably needs a little bit of matherizing, because I swear sometimes there will be rocks that show with Doppler, even though I'm sitting there looking at it and I'm stationary and it's stationary. I get that there would be some, if there was rotation at all in any of the rocks, there would be some Doppler, but the way that the LiDAR should work is it should calculate it as an independent object, and that Doppler would average out to 0 if it's not actually moving towards or away from you. Right, exactly. So then, is the number of total rock spawns directly related to independent hardware? Is it my CPU can calculate this many objects, or is it the physics simulation settings that cause that? So like, I guess simulation range, right? That will affect that. What if I crank him up? I've never noticed any, when I get the chuggies, I don't notice any changing any of those settings, because the chuggies are almost always associated with objects in the cargo, physical objects bouncing around in the cargo, which apparently takes a lot of physics to understand. A very large number of nuggets moving around on the screen, or NPC spawns, most especially the search and rescue ships. So I can change those settings without incurring much performance degradation, because I always get 3 to 4 FPS when any of those 3 things occurs. This one is the... I always run the second one down. I don't remember which one it is. It's a LiDAR. And I remember the description saying something about... something about Doppler. Because at first I was like, oh, it's going to show me estimated composition up here of everything around me. And then I looked at it a little bit closer and I was like, wait a minute. When I'm moving, it's red on one side and blue on the other. I was like, that's Doppler. Is all that is. Because I was kind of hoping that you would get a very, very rough guesstimation of composition of regions in... Oh yeah, it says up there, duh. But yeah, infrared LiDAR, so it's... I don't know. Yeah, because it has radar, and then, because you have... What is the radar? Radar is low frequency radar. So it's probably like C-band or something. I mean, hell, it could be even VHF, UHF radar. I don't know. But in the well, no, in the rings you'd want to use at least C-band, because you need to be able to detect chunklets that size at the very, very least. But I guess canonically, how big are those? How big are those chunks? Doesn't matter, because UHF, VHF won't pick up chunks that size. So it would have to be C or probably L band. I'm being honest. But being in the future, you would think that even the cheapest, simplest radar would use X, K, or Q. The radars that you see, police radars that you see on the side of the road, that have your speed on them, they tell you your speed, and flash the lights at you when you go too fast, those are generally X or K under. Sometimes they're K and K above, but most of the time they're X and K under, just because power requirements are... There's a thing... Oh. Like, there's a thing behind me! Of course there is. That guy I was just talking to. Well, if it's seeing water... Okay, so if it's seeing water, that narrows down the possible band, or if it's not seeing water, that narrows down the possible bands that it could be. Yeah, it's these guys. Oh, there's somebody new. I think he just spawned, because he wasn't there a second ago. I keep wanting to give him the coordinates for the GA station, but I'm like, nah, I like those guys. I don't want to do that. I don't have any weapons, so I'm not going to volunteer for a combat patrol. On the off chance that Vicily doesn't solve the problem. Yeah, he just spawned as I was opening the window. Nice. Yeah, so this one is this guy. This one is this guy. Oh, I was gonna say, oh, there's two over there. Well, yeah, because he has a claim beacon. So, yep. Yeah, I get those pretty regularly. Every time an NPC comes in, I lose half a second of frames. So if it's probably 30 frames because I'm running physics. Oh, physics at 120. So you probably drop him down. I did that as an experiment. Probably drop him down. I was checking to see if it made a big difference. That might be why NPCs cause me a lot more chugs now. Because when the NPCs spawn in, it has to spawn in rocks around them too, I would imagine, right? Which means it's spawning in a bunch of stuff all at once, and then it has to calculate physics on all those things all at once, and it's very... Coder was saying the physics engine is single core only, which I was asking a question the other day in street. I don't think I've asked it, and I might have asked it in the Discord, I don't know. Is it possible to get multi-core or multi-thread physics simulation? Is that... I mean, it would require rewriting a whole bunch of crap. It's a big undertaking. It's not a simple task. I understand that. But is it possible from a game development, from a coding, programming, and from the Godot standpoint to enable or provide or build multi-core physics simulation? And that's what I was thinking. I was like, yeah, so if you're calculating... Ooh. What's that? Dang it. GA. So if you're calculating, you know, say you have 4 objects and you have 4 cores. And you're calculating where each of those objects is going to be, and if it's going to collide with something in, you know, every frame, how do you then take each object from each core and say, okay, well, it's going to be these vectors with this force, and, you know, you take this matrix of numbers, which is what it's going to be, and you would have to then query each table, every frame, from each core, and make the determination whether there is going to be a collision between the two objects, and then whether there is going to be a collision between those objects and other objects that are static, the cargo hold walls, which is probably a static element in you know, the physics simulation. And then once you do that, you then have to render that back out so that it can be drawn via the GPU on the screen of where it's going to be and where it's going and where it's been and all of that. Like, it's a lot of math. But then I also wondered, is it feasible to... So I guess I kind of want to get to 2985. Let's do 2985 and drop the beacon. That's pretty clear space. Is it possible to move the physics to the GPU? Because if we look right now... Oh, this is tiny. I don't know if you guys can see it or not. I can't see it. GPU, 97 degrees Fahrenheit, which is nothing for a GPU. 37% core. What? That's not right. Hold on. I've got MSI. Let's pull up MSI. So... GPU, yeah, GPU usage. Way the hell down here. I'm not doing anything on the GPU. Right, and synchronizing time across multiple cores on a CPU is... I've seen some of the code for that. Not a lot of it. There was a lot of it. But yeah, like I'm barely using this. This game is CPU intensive because that's 8 cores, but physics calculations, correct me if I'm wrong, are probably going to be floating point calculations, which means I don't have an 8 core, I have a 4.2 core. And 85. We'll drop our beacon here because the Vishera 8350s and all of the, what are these, pile drivers? All of this architecture, they are 4 floating point units, each with 2, the hell do they call those things? They're logical CPUs. So each floating point core has 2 logical CPUs attached to it. So all of the instruction sets, all of the whatever, MMC and SPE and whatever the hell you call that stuff, all of that, it's effectively physical hyperthreading is what it is. It's, while Intel was doing software hyperthreading, AMD was busy working on physical implementation, hardware implementation of hyperthreading. So for math calculations, I have a 4-core CPU. It's old, it's slow, and it takes a lot of power to do it. So we'll do that. We'll go get away from him a little bit, so he does that. And then it's the same name even, isn't it? What is that? Wait, what? That's... Okay, we're gonna start him up. And we're gonna start moving towards that other thing. Still unbalanced as all hell. Okay, you're gonna stay ready for 60 standard days. But then every time it's about to expire, you have to come out and repurchase the claim. This is kind of dead space. We can go on to Feist. I thought that was the Ganymede guy. Oh yeah, because the front end's lighter. That's why. Oh, I didn't release any of the mining drones. Totally forgot. That's okay, we can jump around a little bit. Huh? Oh, is that a... What the heck is that? What? The hell was that? You see that? Like a little glowing ember thing. Yeah, I mean, GPUs excel at physics calculations. Like, that's kind of what they do. Running in tensors would be probably the most efficient way to do it. What the hell? Okay, so, red guy is GA. This guy is unresponsive. So we need to go to that guy. I have a feeling the GA was just out here doing pirate things, because they do that sometimes. Is he spinning? I wish you could zoom in and out of the pilot screen. That would be nice. Yep, he's just spinning. Oh yeah. Yeah, it's they'd have to write two separate engines for the differences between Nvidia and AMD. Like it's the way that they both do their stuff, and then you have Intel cards, and then you have Quadros, the Tesla architecture, which is completely different from the Pascal architecture, which is pretty sure the Pascal is what we're using for GPUs right now, all the RTX stuff and the 1060s and 50s and all that. And then the Tesla architecture is what they use for the Quadros, which has a shit ton more cores than gaming GPUs. They're meant for video editing and the like. And it's just, that is a LifePod. Sweet. And then that's the other thing is how do you tell it, okay, well, you need to run on the CPU because this is a desktop GPU, not a gaming GPU. How do you make that decision? So you could put in the game, the NVIDIA control panel lets you choose between what renders physics, whether it be the PhysX engine on the GPU or the CPU just as raw math. Because then what if you have somebody with an old ass CPU, reference FX8350, and the GTX 1060 Strix 6 gig overclocked by like 18%. Like how do you make the claim that then the GPU can't handle it where the CPU can, when you have cases like mine where the CPU is far older than the GPU? I don't know why. Every time I see the excavator swallowing a LifePad, that's all I think of. Just, it's the Eminem Minis thing with the hot dog in it. That video. Just, it's so bad. Also, I do see the Sounds of Space thing in there, which I'm not actually subscribed to that channel, but it popped up under suggested, so I'll go take a look at that here in a second. Honestly, what am I? So right now, it took me 7 days to get out here. Wow. Anything about to expire? No? Not at all. Okay, so yeah, I really wish you could set a waypoint in here. That'd be so nice. Tell you what. What do you say, real quick, we get back to Enceladus the slow way? Turn the computer off and see if it still gives me... I think I already tried this, and I think it does just take you back to Enceladus. But yeah, I don't know if you can see it clearly. Chug, 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 even with just a couple of rocks. And I don't quite know why that is, exactly. But And that could just be speed, right? Calculating just anything at that speed becomes a chore. Right. It's like, is delta V developed by, if you put brackets dev in the at, there's three names that pop up. So is coder like the brainchild, and other people have just helped out in the past with coding, or is coder it, and other people have just been given a title for, I don't know, reasons? Or I guess, is coder the coder, as it were, and the other devs are audio engineers, graphics engineers, artists, whatever, because it's making a game takes a lot of stuff. And like asking one person to do all of the things that would be kind of nice, that are major undertakings, like does Delta V pay enough that he can dedicate that much time and effort to it on its own by itself? Right? Does it pay? I'm lighter. Yep. Just does it on its own. Okay. Computer or not. I was hoping there'd be some, like, it was... Oh, yeah, deploy. I deployed him right at the end and I got the achievement. Oh, that's funny. Oh, yeah, it is. What? What is that? What is that? That was lodged in my thruster. Chromatic honor. How are you even supposed to know what that is or where it's at? It didn't pop up. It was just kind of a little ember floating in the ether. What is that? So it's... What? Okay, yeah. And it's... So you got one guy doing most or all of the coding, and it's like, how do you ask him to, hey, I think you should rewrite this entire engine? Oh, is that what that is? Okay. So why... So what is this designator then? CS. And chromatic honor, I guess that's a ship. So the life pod, so the... Oh, so maybe was the life pod that I picked up chromatic honor, and this is the round that killed chromatic honor, because when you... Huh? Which I love. Like, Asteroids was fun, but I always kind of wanted it to be a little bit more. And this is it. And I love this. This is amazing. Also, I've never spent a whole lot of time in this screen. I didn't realize this was a... I guess don't inhale oxygen, it's bad for you. I breathed and I started coughing. But it's a space station. You're inside the space station. You got, like, I don't know if those are docking arms. But, like, presumably these are all pods and buildings and what have you scattered throughout. Huh? Why would that be? Right. Oh, that's one of the drones. Okay. Okay. I released them so late I didn't even open up the thing and check to see what they were called. I got you. I got you. I got you. I got you. And then don't worry about it. This guy. Oh, so that's where he went. He wasn't lodged into the thruster. He went into the mining thing. Okay. Gotcha. Didn't know that. Learn something new every day. Oh, actually, before I do that, I just want to see. What do you think? It says 444, so not a very good... Well, no, he's got some equipment on him. Because that's a stripped down moderate shape, or decent shape, I guess. Well, no, it's stripped down in perfect shape, because when you strip it all down, everything is now new and just the crappiest, the lowest, cheapest equipment. Not lowest, cheapest equipment. Yes, overwhelming weaponry. I am American, so I agree with that. I feel it in my soul. You quote G.I. Joe at me. So yeah, this is all the cheapest equipment, right? Because I stripped him down. I want to keep him, but I don't need him to have money because I never plan on flying it. So keep it, but never use it, and it's stripped down. And it goes for 280. So this guy going for... Oh, wow. Wow. This thing's in good shape, apparently. And why the heck? Why was it left out there? I brought back the plague. Apparently. But most of this stuff is basic. So, like, I'm just going to strip him down and sell him, because he's not a special variant. He's just a regular old Kothon, right? So, like, I'm going to strip it down and sell it. It wasn't outfitted very well, but a little bit of money. Basic propulsion. Basic. When this was like somebody's starter ship at some point. Yeah, this guy. The 360. I always use him because he's always been... I experimented with the rest of these guys, and he's just the one that makes the most sense in my brain when I look at the screen. The beamformed is kind of nice because you can very accurately and very quickly see things, but it's not on a gimbal or anything, so it's just where your ship is pointing. So it's like, eh. This guy is very slow. He does better with Doppler, but he's really, really slow. And then this one doesn't make any sense to me because coming from radar, I come specifically from phased array radar. This makes no sense to me. Because that's absolutely not the case. Can direct its infrared laser in any direction without any mechanical elements. A, how do you phased array? Hold on. No, there's no way at this frequency, so 800 nanometers? 900 nanometers? Doesn't tell you. Infrared, regardless. Long wavelength. Without physical moving parts, what's in my head tells me you cannot phase... You cannot apply that to a phased array in 360 degrees. The point of a phased array is to give you a pencil beam at a very long distance. A directable, a steerable pencil beam at a very long distance. Okay? But it is limited in its scope because you can only bend the radiation so far before your beam. So straight dead on a phased array, you have a panel of phase elements, right? And what that is a lens, right? Just like glasses, right? Like seeing glasses. So with RF, which is just a lower frequency of what you'd get, IR is just higher frequency, right? It's just under visible light. As you move higher in frequency, the phase elements can shrink in size because, well, they have to, because the wavelength is smaller. You can only steer a beam without mechanical elements. You can only steer a beam in a direction that has... There is a direct relationship between the wavelength of the RF energy, EM energy, and the amount of deflection that you can give it based on the phase elements. And it's for infrared, that would only be like 30 degrees before you run into signal degradation on the return trip, because you have... So straight out the center of the lens is going to be your most precise, right? Because you have all this region of focusing, sort of. But so imagine you have just a circle, and what you're doing with the phase elements is you're taking and you're changing the shape and the position of that lens. So you're taking a spherical shape and you're shifting it in different ways to steer the beam in different directions. But because you're doing that, you now have multiple... It's not multiple beams. You have photons going out in a direction with a specific energy, electrons, whatever you want to call them, going out in a specific direction with a specific energy, and the more you deviate from the center, the more uneven and the more ugly that beam is going to be, and less energy return you will get, especially given this says no moving parts. Right? Without any mechanical elements. Okay? Which means there's no azimuth control on the phased array, which means your lens only sits in one position. Even if you have that lens, all the phase elements in a dome, how do you steer your diode? You have to have a mirror that moves it around the inside of the dome. You have to have some rotating element, a mirror of some kind of reflective surface that moves it around the dome, which can then be steered by the phase elements. There has to be something that moves. Something, somewhere. Unless... no, that doesn't make any sense either. I was going to say tuned cavities and resonance steering, which is technically, theoretically possible, but I don't know. That one doesn't make any sense to me. And yeah, I mean, that's the way phased array works is you have some plane that is orthogonal to your beam, right? It is directly perpendicular to your beam, ideally. It's not always, but ideally. And the phase elements are controlled inductances. Sort of. As the beam hits it, you change the inductance of the array to change the phase of each projection element as it passes through each element of the phased array. There's two kinds of phased arrays. There's space-fed and corporate-fed. The most useful one today, given computer systems and their speed, is corporate-fed. Corporate-fed is the phase elements themselves produce the energy that you're shooting out to cause detection, right? The energy that is then going to return to you. The space-fed is what I used to work on. It was just old radars. And that's, you have a big panel, and you have a big transmitter, and it just... And the funny thing about the reason we don't use space-fed a whole lot anymore is because you have this panel, and you have this emitter. You blast it here, you get 60% of that energy reflected back out the other way. It's not very efficient, energy-wise. If you're standing behind a space-fed phased array that is of sufficient power, you could feasibly boil yourself faster than standing in front of it. So that's kind of what I was thinking, is like multiple beams, but then how many beams would you have to go 360 degrees? So if we call it an effective steering angle of 30 degrees, which for the frequency I think is not unreasonable. I don't know. I've never looked at the math for the steering of the beams. I just know there is a maximum deflection given a specific phase element design. Which, actually, thinking about it now, hold up. Corporate fed. You have a dome with phase elements, and similar to, what is it, Patriot? It's panel, 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 and then it has 360 degree vision because it's 90 degree effective. Because in X-band, we had 100 and... I think a useful 90 degree, but we had a total of 120 degree capable deflection. And technically, that's what phased array is all the time, is multiple beams. Because what you're doing is... I'm a visual guy. I need a physical thing, and it's... Doing a physical thing with hands is not really feasible. So, every element... Let's assume corporate fed for a moment. Every element is an emitter. Okay, so you have imagine my hand is an array, is a grid, not just two here. So you have a grid, all of these emit, and they're all emitting all the time, right? When you're doing this, given, let's assume a single flat panel, all of these are going to emit. Some of them are going to have a little bit more power than others, but the primary thing, the reason we call it phased array, is because, let's say the center one comes out at phase 0. To have the whole panel provide power, which gives you a lot less overall power in the total beam, you put them all at 0. If you want to create a pencil beam, right, think of magnetic lines like an iron filings on a magnet. You see the lines, right? If you take a bunch of those magnets and you line them up, you'll get the lines that you can make them, if you arrange them in a certain way, you can make them like this, where instead of just being magnet line here, you could get it to go straight further out, right? Further and further. And it would be sort of in a line. And that's what the phased array does, is all of the elements will change their phase such that you're creating a barrel. You're creating a barrel in space of electromagnetic energy. Whereas the wave, it's circular, right? Right-hand rule. Those electrons move that way, magnetism moves that way, or left-hand rule? Left-hand rule. I don't remember. I don't even know that I could draw it in paint. Because it's one of those three-dimensional kind of things. I'm trying to think of, like... Maybe. Oh, that was already there. Maybe. So, you have... let's call it... Okay, so we're going to look at it from a side view. Right, so phased array, let's just assume for a moment we're like this, and then, well, illustration item 1. And everything is at 0 phase, so what you're going to get is, let's go corporate fed, so you have, can I do... Yes, exactly that. They have a bunch of phase elements that are going to emit some electromagnetic energy. Each one is only a part of the whole, and that's going to take forever, so let's assume that this goes all the way down, right? So if 0 phase, every single one of these is going to emit a beam of electromagnetic energy straight out that way, right? If you then take and you change the phase, let's call this center, and this is where you want your beam to be. You change the phase of some of these in a specific way. What you will then end up getting is, as this comes out, because you have magnetic lines, right? So you're going to have kind of these magnetic lines that come out from these guys because they're all inductors. It's a radio antenna. An antenna is an inductor. That's all they are. It's a coil of wire. How do you do this again? Yeah, so you're going to have some... Well, I should do it here, actually. You're going to have some energy that does that, right? If all of these go out at once, you're just going to have, effectively, that, which is not going to do you very good. It's not going to reach very far. You don't have a whole lot of power. Not very good. So what you do is you change the phase in these so that as this energy comes out, you have, instead of having it here, which is not going to add anything to your power, you have it sort of there. And then this one is going to be sort of, sure. there. And by the time you get done, what you end up getting is energy more like that, right? So it's not directly a barrel, it's not a straight line, it's everything is a sine wave. Everything in the universe is... Can I draw a sine wave? Sort of. Everything in the universe. You, me, matter, energy, the sun, the monster, screens, the electricity that runs your video card and your PC and your stereo and everything. Everything in the universe is sine waves. Kind of creepy when you start thinking about it like really metaphysically deep. But that's the way a phased array will work, is you change the phase, which is just where this 0 point right here. So we have a 0 point. Let's do that. So that's 0, right? So if we then want to change the phase, we start turning it on and swinging positive. So our 0 line there, and voltage, which it's going to want me to... There we go. Because I didn't put straight line on. So 0. So to change the phase, you just tell the element, well, don't start at this time. Start... we actually want this. Start at this time. And so you have a little bit of delay. And what that ends up getting you in, as EM flies circularly through space in 3 dimensions, is you get constructive and deconstructive waves. Reference the Rubens tube, which is a really easy lookup. It's the same thing for sound. Sound does exactly the same thing. Yeah, CPU heavy game running in the background, even in the menu. Stuff's really chuggy slow. Rally. And people have made 2D Rubens cubes are cool. Right? Or Rubens tube, not Rubens cube. But so as you put sound into something filled with gas and you light it on fire, you get nodes and antinodes. Places of constructive and deconstructive energy. Right? Does this one show the 2D? I thought this one showed the 2D. Where's the 2D? That's 1D. I don't want 1D. I want 2D. I clicked on 2D. I clicked on this. Right? I clicked on this. Gimme. Gimme! And this guy does a lot of stuff with Rubens tubes. He's got a big old speaker inside this thing, I think, if I remember right. But yeah, he's running just techno into it. And Veritasium. Yeah, there you go. There's your illustration that I just shot right past. EM does the same exact thing, right? And it's just phase differences, the point where there's a positive swinging wave and a negative swinging wave, and whether there's 2 positives and 2 negatives, or a positive and a negative, or some variation thereof. You can see it's a sine wave. It's not just, you know, a top and a bottom, it's sine waves. Literally everything in the universe is that shape everywhere. It's trigonometry. It's calculus. It technically is geometry. A triangle is a circle. Like, it's everything in the universe. So, like, I guess what you could do, thinking about it now, is you could have, you could do like the Patriots does, and have multiple you have multiple panels that are all corporate fed, so they are the emitters. You don't have. I was thinking space fed for some reason, which a space fed phased array would for lidar for infrared would be massively stupid. Honestly, for energy efficiency, you would cause infrared a bunch of freaking heat inside the element. Like it would melt itself into slag very quickly. So you don't want to do that. So, okay, after having talked through it, it makes sense. Phased array lidar, 360 degrees, cool. If you were going to do a sphere, which is what, 7,200 degrees? For all of the degrees of a sphere? Because it's 360 times 360, right? I think. Maybe. You would need 10 panels. One on top and one on bottom, so you could see up and down and all around. I don't even think you need that, honestly. You could do it with 8 panels. You'd probably do it with 8 panels. Yeah, then it can't be that. That's too big a number. I don't remember what the total degree calculation, I don't even know what the heck you call it, of a sphere is. I want to say it's 7,200, 7,600, something like that. I don't know. What I do know is I've been going for 5 hours, and I need to pack a bag so I can drive up to Idaho and do some work and make some monies. And that's got to be today. Like soon, actually. I think I have to leave in like 2 hours. So, it's gonna take me that long to pack a bag, take a shower, do all the fun stuff. It depends on where you're at in the rings and what you're doing, I suppose. And which way your ship is facing. But yeah, I am going to leave it here. Can I sell the Kothon right now? I can sell the Kothon right now. We're going to sell the Kothon. Still. Not bad. Cool. And I made most of my money back from doing the experiment with storm coinage and nuclear price. Cool. So I'm going to leave it here. Thank you guys for dropping by. It has been an absolute blast. I mean, the game itself is a blast, but it's always nice just to have someone to chat with while you're doing this stuff. Like, that's streamers, that's why we're here, right? Is to provide some entertainment and to have a good chat and have some fun. I don't know if I'm going to stream in Idaho or not. I'm thinking I'm going to be up there for 4 or 5 days. So I'm going to definitely look into it, but her internet is not great. It's like 30 meg down. So I imagine upload's going to be like 5. I guess I could stream at 3600. That's not a big deal. But then nobody will be able to do much of anything on the internet. So, I don't know. We'll find out. If I do, we'll see you then. If I don't, I will very likely stream next weekend sometime. So Friday, Saturday, Sunday, maybe Monday. I don't know if I'm going to start the alternating week thing idea that I had. Because I've been going up 2 days a week for the last 2 or 3 weeks. And doing what I'm doing, he wants me to do the big jobs that nobody else can handle. And that just leads to vehicles being in the shop for weeks at a time. Because I'm only up there a couple of days each week. So what I'll probably end up doing is... I had the idea to go up alternating weeks and spend 4 days up there. So work 4 days at the shop, starting at about night noon to 0200, working up until it's too hot to do anything, and then being done for the day. and that gives me time that the part stores are open and time that the owner is going to be available, because he just does 9 to 5. But he doesn't care when I'm there as long as stuff gets done. The problem is 2 days a week stuff isn't really getting done. So I don't want to spend all of my time driving up to Idaho and living at somebody else's house. So I think what I'll do is 4 days a week up there, and then take a week off and be down here, do my own stuff. Job should be a good... That gives me also 2 or 3 days to rest, because I'm getting old, man. Stuff hurts. And, yeah. I think that's going to be the idea. I'll talk to him when I get up there tomorrow. He'll be at the shop tomorrow, so I'll talk to him tomorrow about it, see what he thinks. I'm sure he'll be more than agreeable. Everything I've suggested, he's more than agreeable. He's just an agreeable kind of guy. Really nice dude. That's good. But, yeah, it has been an absolute blast. Thanks, guys, for joining me. Thanks, Matthias, for coming in and hanging out for as long as you did. And I'm going to scroll all the way back up because I don't remember... Jexia, if you're still there, lurking, maybe. Sana, if you're still there lurking. Whoever, anybody, whoever is there. We will see you guys next time. I hope you have a good night, a good day, a good eat, a good peanut butter, good rubbing alcohol, a good bath. I was going to make a really obscene joke, but I'm not going to. Bueller. Yeah, exactly. A good, crap, what the hell was that guy's name? Ben Stein. When Ben Stein's money! Bueller. Have a good Bueller. Absolutely. And we'll see you guys